Alrighty. So, where'd we leave off yesterday? Oh. Right. Yeah, my rider license expired. All right. So here in should custom string, we're checking for is scheduler feature active. We should see this in a couple places. We see it in 3. So that's in should custom string. Should custom int, and should custom float. But I don't think we got it in our value stuff then, do we? Oh, we do. Yeah, return default value. All right, so we did that there. Let's double check we got that in 3 places now too. We do. Cool. What are some other things that we want to make sure we're doing right? All right, so date ranges should be inclusive. All right. Yeah, I think we're good there too. Sweet. Correct, YouTuber. Harris Heller even had a call with Dan Clancy where he had YouTube chat on screen. I don't know. I don't really feel like pushing that envelope yet. Let's pour a whiskey. But yeah, YouTuber, they just allowed that via TOS like at TwitchCon last week. So yeah, there's gonna be people pushing back. But yeah, I don't know. Seems fine for now. I like the fact that they officially allowed it instead of just not enforcing. You're on the rum? There you go. What kind of rum you drinking? Any specific brand? Yeah, I sleep, just not the hours that you're expecting. Ninfu, what country are you in? Argentina? Ah, that makes sense. English only, please, though. I believe you're saying hello from Argentina, but English only, please. so that everyone's on the same page. If I don't understand what you're saying, I can't have it in my chat overlay. And if I enforce the rule for one person, I should enforce it for everybody. YouTuber, how do you know that Google is using IRC? You don't know that. Twitch is using IRC, but how do you know that YouTube is? Ninfu, maybe you should respect the rules that a streamer sets forth. So yeah, YouTuber, I'm not sure. Yeah, there's no guarantee that YouTube's even using IRC, so trying to bridge them into one channel sounds a little weird. Could, should, and would are very different things though, YouTuber. If you want to do it, then do it. That's all there is to it. All right, so if we look at all these things, schedule. Oh, tacos were great. Yeah, they were fantastic. Hash function is a value between 0 and 1. Let's make sure of that one. Yep. Date ranges are inclusive. And value functions accept a default. Okay, cool. So we've gotten the C# pretty much done. You can quit that. So let's look at it. We did the JSTS, we did the Rust, we did the Go, we did the C#. Let's look at the Elixir now. Bring C# code up to consistency with other SDKs? Sure. And yeah, Graham, so Kraken, that's not a bad rum. I've heard that's pretty tasty. What's up? Panic and Nick. Thank you all for the follows. All right, so let's get the Elixir code up front. Sailor Jerry's. It's one I've heard of before, too. Alright, so bare minimum. Let's double check the scheduler. Inclusive true. Nice. So any place that we're doing a between, we need the inclusive true. Cool. This needs that. Yep, we're doing the between there. So yeah, everything else looks pretty good there. Ooh, yeah, this function's too complex. Ah, yeah, we might need to fix that at some point. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. But yeah, so that part's fine. Make date ranges inclusive. Cool. Make sure our hash function is a value between 0 and 1. It is. Make sure schedule is checked inside of all of our client functions. I think that's something that we're missing. So, hold on. I think we only call inner should twice, right? Yeah, so let's just gut this then. Alright, so should custom fires there. Ooh, hasher. We see hash string hash number. Alright, cool. So we do that part. We are definitely not checking our schedule, though. Yep. So then this part right here. What we end up wanting to do is... I think we want to pass multiple values here. And yeah, our value function is not doing a default. I don't want to panic or throw. So I'm not sure about the error handling here yet. We're probably going to want to fix that. Alright, so this is within schedule is equal to scheduler dot is scheduled feature active, and that's just feature. Right, so we do a within schedule check right there, which means I don't really care about that, Spirit. Attaching that type of, like... Attaching anything like that is just not worthwhile. Right? If you want to really think about specific language features, then we can, sure. But it doesn't change the fact that it doesn't matter. I still have to make these things, regardless of what I enjoy or don't enjoy. So worrying about joy and how it relates to your programming languages, meaningless. Who gives a shit? Ninfu, no, it wasn't mean. What was mean is questioning how I want to run my channel. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here. Yeah, exactly, Tojo. Extremely limiting. Good ideas are portable. Good patterns are portable. It's why we have React, because someone used Elm at one point. You know? Exactly, box dirty. Yeah. Learning a new language, programming-wise, will make you better with other programming languages. Here's the biggest thing, Ninfu. I actually do speak Spanish, but other people here don't. Respect other people, too. I mean, Mesmiro, typically they think long and hard about language choice due to hiring, not because of ecosystems. They will happily rewrite shit in whatever language they picked, and it's almost always arbitrary. Do you really, really, really think that... shit. I don't think it's LegalZoom. It's some other legal company. It might even be LegalZoom. Do you think they picked Scala because of hiring? Or did some senior participate in resume-driven development? So again, it's pretty arbitrary. Enterprises don't think that long and hard about it, Mesmiro. They really don't. Normally, that choice is made for them based upon the things they want to do. Mesmiro, I can tell you right now they did not pick Scala for that reason. Yeah, I'm going to say right now, Mesmiro, you're probably overthinking it. If you want to phrase it that way, go for it, Lightspeed, but how many developers do you think you can hire that are familiar with the concepts that Scala requires? Very few, because it's a functional programming language, and most programmers are not that great at functional programming. Typically, it's one person in a position of power making a decision for everyone else based upon their own arbitrary reasons. I am tough. Yep. That's actually my whole shtick. I'd rather be honest than liked. Because I can live with being honest. I can look myself in the mirror when I'm honest. Liked. If being liked comes at the expense of honesty, it's not worth it. Now, does that mean that I'm probably not a good person to be a creator of some kind? Then maybe. No. To cater to being liked is almost always at the expense of honesty. Thanks, YouTuber. All right, so maybe I need to wrap these in parentheses? Is that what I'm forgetting? All right, so I'm messing something up in my pattern matching here. And what's up, Standard? And yeah, iSense, thank you for that follow. Yeah, thank you, Standard. And Ninfu, I live in Washington State, near Seattle. Let me look up the syntax for this. Yes, they're doing a different thing there. Doing some reason? Nice. Ah, I need to wrap it as a map. Okay. Yeah, I find that actually pretty good. So let's do it. Well, so YouTuber, the key is that, like, they don't have, like, a native tuple type, so instead I need to wrap it into a map. And that was basically it. Maybe. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that one's good now. Cool. And yeah, no worries, YouTuber. All right, so we've got our check in here. We also need to check if we're within schedule elsewhere. Value needs to take in a default value. All right, so this is where we need a case. We could do it with other stuff too. I think case is fine. Within schedule. All right, there we go. That is now unreachable, and we should be good. All right, so hold on. In college, you explored lexing, parsing, semantic analysis in different lessons, so you implemented each tool in a different language. Gonna try and rewrite it all in Reason. Yeah, sounds fun. Yeah, that sounds legit. I like that. Ooh, I gotta think about what I'm having for dinner tonight. Pork chow mein? Vexilla is a static file-based feature flag tool. That means there is no server. If you want to use that JSON file in your servers, such as a Python server, such as an Elixir server, etc., you need an SDK to fetch that JSON file and make sense of it. So we're building SDKs for every language that we think is necessary. Yep. And yeah, those kind of questions are great. So feel free to keep asking them. Sorry for the burp. Man, that's some good whiskey. Oh, let me do one quick thing here. There we go. Okay, so boom, we're checking our schedule within all of these. We're passing default to our value function. So that's really two of the things we wanted to check off over here. Hash function is what we want. And the rest, as far as testing, we'll want to do separately. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's a major win there. We should probably do a test. Mix test. Connection refused because we killed our test server. All right, so 2 failures. Key schedule not found in, and oh. So we know it's in there, but we're doing the lookup of the schedule wrong. That's a flaw of the scheduler itself. And oh shit. All right, there we go. Going to check your daughter. Be right back. Yeah, no worries, Info. So this part right here, feature dot schedule, when really this needs to be a lookup. And yeah, I mean, you probably stepped away. I was gonna ask, how old's your daughter? All right, so schedule type. Cool, cool. Hey, what's up, Slow Cat Clouds? Smaller guy from Twitch. Cool, cool. I would say, please, English only, though. That also means over on YouTube as well. No harm, no foul, though, right? You maybe didn't know that. But yeah, how's it going, smaller guy? Thank you for the lurk over on YouTube. I appreciate that. That really helps me out. If I look at the numbers, I think, what are we at now? 1279 public watch hours. I got to get it up to 4K. But that's going to be tough. So we'll see, we'll see. And yeah, this function is too complex. We should probably work on it here soon. I think I'd be okay with like breaking out each one of these, like basically just this chunk of code to its own function, and that would simplify things. Not sure we need to yet, though. But let's just double check. Will it blend? Interesting. So they're saying this is the issue right there. Ooh, ad break on the YouTube? Yeah, I like how Twitch like shows that to us. Right? That's a nice new feature they just did. And oh shit. Nice, nice. Let me just do this real quick. Oh no. Ah, bullshit. Alright, well, never mind. You have both pages open and it jump scared you? Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. So here's the crazy part to me. As far as I know, feature is not a struct. I mean, it probably should be. Oh, feature probably is a struct. Weird. So client test line 5. Right, so that's where the test call is. So test EXS line 25 is this part. Yeah, that's an Elixir thing. It denotes an atom. Atoms are basically constants. It's how like the dot syntax actually works. So manifest response dot body, that is an atom called :body on this struct, as an example. Alright, hold on. I gotta do some bullshit now. So yeah, basically what they're telling me is that the thing we're checking here is not a full-on feature yet. But in some places it is. No, what you're seeing here is actually not that. So this right here is just a map in which we have schedule by key, right? So this is a key value instead of like colon schedule here, this is the string schedule. So it's actually pretty clear, but it's not obvious why. So at some point, we're not converting this into the struct that we're expecting at this point. I'm not sure why, but we got to figure out why. Welcome back, Ninfa. How old's your daughter, by the way? I'm gonna guess fairly young, so congrats. Yeah, the basic issue is that is scheduled feature active here? Oh, 2 years? Still pretty young, so yeah, congrats still. The terrible twos, they say. Right, exactly. No, I don't have any kids. Oh, so yeah, this might be the doc test here on Scheduler that's our issue. So this is the entire problem we have. So in our actual testing, we're just getting a map. All right, so we got a syntax error here in Scheduler at line 147. All right, so schedule not found in there. Here we got our scheduling issues that are fine. So now we need to go back and fix this little bit here in schedule. Let's see if that... It just has the one failure now. Okay, perfect. And I think this is just a product of our time zone issues again. In the US, when you leave a company, do you receive anything besides your worked hours? What do you mean by that? Like, you mean your last paycheck or whatever? Typically, nah, you don't get shit. Depending on how you left the company, you might get unemployment insurance or something. Ooh, here in the US, severance is really rare. It's a thing maybe, but that's usually when you're dealing with a job that possibly has like a union, etc. So here in the US, because we're not in a union whatsoever, you know, we probably don't get nothing. As far as like the vacation you've accrued, yes, they do have to pay that out, which is why a lot of companies now do the unlimited vacation thing, because then they don't have to pay anything out when you leave. They'll frame it as like, hey, you get to take as much vacation as you want, but that's rarely actually true. All right, so I'm gonna say this test is good now. So let's commit what we got. Bring Elixir up to consistency with other SDKs. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Again, I'm gonna keep shouting this out, especially because the number just keeps going down. If you'd like to leave me a lurk on YouTube, you'd be helping me out. Again, no worries if not, though. I get it. I get it. All right, so let's double check the PHP now. What do you mean, how what? Like how big the thing is below? Because I'm just that good. What am I waiting for? All right, so here in our client, let's look at our should functions. It's just a chat overlay. All right, so we check the within schedule there. Right, we're checking within schedule there. We're checking within schedule there. Here for the value stuff, we return the default. Yep. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Date ranges in scheduler. They should be inclusive, between included. Yep. So yeah, the PHP is the most recent one we did. We're checking schedule, we're making it inclusive. Our hash function is between 0 and 1. Yep. All right, so we've at least aligned those things. I think the next part we really need to think about we need tests for selective, toggle, and value. And we need to test scheduled features as well. Oh, and real quick, Oakleus, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? Let me look at what we have over here in our test server stuff. All right, so this one is for scheduled things. We should probably verify that. We've got a mustache template for the scheduled stuff, which is nice. Here for value stuff. All right, let's just start writing those tests. What language should we start with for these client tests? We're already in the PHP, so maybe it's a good place to start. All right, so we will sync flags here for value. We've got gradual, we're gonna want toggle, and we're gonna want selective. What up, phonetics? Is that the right way to say that? All right, so then here, oh, and you know something else we haven't done? We didn't make the CLI function for the PHP, and we might have missed it for some other languages too. Phonetics? All right, cool. All right, what's the name of that toggle feature? That's scheduled. That's value. That's selective. Interesting. I'm probably going to want to have true as the value we get in there. Oh, but it is. Aha. So it's true for all these. So instead of toggle, is it schedule or scheduled? Shit. Scheduled. All right, so before global, during global, etc. All right, so we get before, during, and after global. Before global, start, end. All right, and then here, this is going to be daily, right? Before global daily, during global daily, after global daily, and that's it. Okay. So here in the PHP, ooh, that server's down. Alright, that's not ideal. Let's keep hacking these out. All right, let's look at the selective feature, which is this one. And we get two, right? We get string, number, number type int. So we just get string and number in here. I think that's fine for now. Now hold on, here in client we have should, and then we have like should custom, right? Right, so should custom string, should custom int, etc. We don't have the float version, so we'll just do that for now. All right, so those ones should be good there. Should be in list for that one. And then this is 42. All right. And then finally for value, what do we want the test for that to look like? So we see integer, probably should be int. Integer, float, and string. Ooh, and this would be, shit, assert equals. All right, so value string, value int, value float. Default value here is gonna be 0. We want to assert that that is 42. Oh, and because this is string, what is the string value that we're setting there? WKXA. which is this one, and the value should be foo. So yeah, I kind of want to do that for both. And yeah, mixing our quotes is probably not the end of the world. As far as value int here is concerned, we want to see a 42. Oh, and actually we're going to say 0 and then 42. 0.0 42.42. Integer, not here. You think you saw me at Seattle JS earlier this month? That was the one that was in Capitol Hill, right? Yeah, I went to that. I'm probably going to the one here in like a week. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to go to Seattle JS as much as I can. I really like the people there and the event, and it's a good reason to get out of the house. Yeah, last one was good. Oh, okay, so that's an issue there. Yep. There we go. Yeah, you should have said hi last month. And yeah, we typically tend to like go out for drinks afterwards too. Not sure if you drink, but it's fun to hang out anyway. Ooh, we got a bug here. I'm not sure what it is. Interesting. Oh, that's right. I need the dash D. That's right. I forgot about that part. Aha, there we go. Oh, well, that's interesting. What's up, Solo Rogue? How you doing? Drama Sands, it's even better. Aha! This is it. Alright, so glad we wrote that test. That was necessary. All right, let's check this out. Wait, so that's weird. That should have worked. Yeah, so hold on. this is going to be number type. Right? And int, float are all we got there. For value type, it's just number and string. So now here in the client, aha! All right, so selective feature has value type, all right, so we get value type, number type. I think that means over here we got a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so value type, this is actually going to be... Oh. All right, so we do that bit. Double check this, string number, cool. So I don't think this fixes everything. But now too few arguments to a selective feature construct, and that's over on 131 and 197. There we go. So that should pass that test. Or not pass, but we should get past that error at least. So now we're doing an assertion that 1 is equal to foo, and that is not going to be correct whatsoever. So they're saying that's in our test at line 46. expected a 1? Alright, so hold on. I think our assertion here is no good. Expected versus actual. Okay. So this right here is returning a 1. It would almost be better to flip these. Excuse me. Sorry for the sneeze. Yeah, so we're going to flip these around. Oop. All right, so that should at least make the error result a little more understandable. Expected was foo, actual was 1. Why is that the value 1? Because our default should have passed through there. All right, let's see if that comes through as we're expecting it. So we're not getting any of these other errors, right? Like this log stuff. Unless... Hold on, let's go find our log function. No, we're doing an echo here too. And in our test, our client should have true. Yep. So that should be getting logged, no problem. So they're saying on line 373 of the client. Oh, right. Yeah, to concatenate strings, I think it's what, the dot or something? I think I can still do that, though. So value is literally 1. Oh, really? So here we are in selective. Wait, hold on. No, this is for the value tests. All right, so 46 value string here. All right, so let's try printing out the entire feature. That seems odd to me. So yeah, value string feature here might be giving us the wrong thing. We see that it's literally the number 1. So the way that we're setting the features on the environment might be the issue. And yeah, I'm glad we're writing all these tests because this is important. Like, all this stuff needs to work. All right, so we're going to end up seeing this printed twice, but we want to just discern which one's which. So the first one, dumping feature in let's see what the hell is in features itself. So for these value features within this group, within this environment, we see 42.42. We should see 40 right there. We still see string 1. Okay, so here in client, we want to get the flags. Here we check for value type, feature type. It's almost certainly this from raw. Okay, so we create the value feature, we pass the value type. All right, let's try and print that. Yeah, something is weird here. I don't know what it is yet, though. So our raw feature is this. We get our name, value, right? Boom, we see value right there. So the raw feature is accurate. There it is. So value string feature, value here needs to be a string. And yeah, there was probably some like implicit conversion happening under the hood. So do we still get that error now that we've fixed that? And I think we're probably good. Yep. All right. So failed asserting that 0 matches the expected 42. That is a totally separate bug. Let's go get rid of some of these logs. All right, so we do that part. Have we cleaned up all of the output yet? Let's double check that part. Nope, we're still outputting all of our features. Somewhere. What's on environment? Yeah, that's where we're doing this. Get rid of that. Call that good. We should have clean output-ish now. And then, yes, figuring out why this test is failing is our next bit. But here it is. Feature does not exist in lookup table. That I'm okay with. Yeah, we actually intended that because we have some features that just don't exist. All right, so in client test, they're saying it's line 48. That would be this one right here. So checking if value integer, is that really not there? So we see value for that. When we get back down to here, we see value type number 42 is the value there. Oh, and yeah, that one is 42. There we go. Oh wait, no. We do want that to be 0. Let's comment all of these just to be sure. Right, so we do async flags for values. That one should be good. We're seeing value feature not found, and that's it. All right, so we're not getting the logs for the others that don't exist, so it's just value feature not found. Where do we see that string? And then we return the default. So get value string feature. Right, so we do an echo of feature, and then we do echo, or not echo, but var dump Wait, really? So we didn't call that function, which means that's kind of obvious that something ain't right here. Oh, because it's in value int instead. All right, so we should get some log value from that. That makes a little bit more sense. All right, we do the var dump. We see feature int. And we see the object that we're logging. We see that the name is integer. The value type is number. We don't see number type in here. No, we're adding more tests. So all of the SDKs we've made, we're going to be adding to by making sure that all of our tests pass. PHP is the one that we're adding these tests to first. Look at it this way, nothing's ever done. Alright, so did we end up seeing that test pass? And hey Bales, thank you for the sub. Okay, so here's another, it's at line 62. Alright, so yeah, that's all like time zone shit. So yeah, our time zone stuff, we've got a major flaw. Alright, so I think I'm content with our scheduling being somewhat broken right now. Yep. We got more work to do. That said, I might have to go pee real quick. And man, really having a hard time holding on to YouTube viewers today. It is what it is. What up, Airden? What you up to? Let's pour another whiskey. I do need to go thaw a bit of pork for some chow mein tonight. I think that's what I'll end up eating. But yeah, so I gotta go pee. I'm gonna go use the restroom, thaw some pork. And yeah, from there, I think we need to implement our new tests for every other SDK we have so far. Once we've got those tests written, then we can actually think about fixing our scheduling logic. And that's a bit heavy, right? Our scheduling logic, yeah, we're dealing with like UTC issues. So that's always tricky. So let me go pee. BRB, see you in just a sec. Alrighty, and I'm back. Throw on a hoodie. It's a little chilly, which I like. You can always throw on another layer. Sucks trying to cool down when you're too hot, though. Yeah, exactly. All right, so poured some more whiskey. I got the pork chop thawing. I'll be doing some pork chow mein tonight. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. That's also just the nature of, like, how our, like, internal, like, thermometers run. I think women generally run a little colder. Oh, really? You'll be freezing and she's like just a spot heater? Interesting. Just take your cold hands and put them right in the small of her back. No big deal. No problem. Circulation issues? That's most likely a thing. But you can improve circulation in your hands. I'd say start picking up guitar. Do you play guitar? You should probably learn how to play guitar. It'll build up all sorts of capillaries in your fingers. Piano. Yep, that helps. All right, so the feature does not exist in lookup table is actually fine. You talking about Stairway to Heaven? I'm okay with it. I don't give a shit. I don't have to hear it. No stairway. Denied. Yeah, exactly. All right. At least some people get the joke. Crutchcorn, I'd say you are worthy. Which comes from the Algonquin Miliwake, which means the good plain. What's up, Lady Blue Notes? How you doing? I'm doing well. Uh-oh, is there some drama? No. I would guess the exact opposite of drama, which is even better. Yeah, that game yesterday, it was fun. It's pretty good. Probably continue it a bit tonight. Drama is a very specific kind of llama. Yeah, we should probably update that. All right, let's do it right now. How about that? Let's do it right now, all right? Are you happy? Are you not entertained? For dinner tonight, I'll be doing some pork chow mein. I just threw the pork in the fridge to thaw. Yeah, we'll take a vote for music. Yeah, because I still haven't gotten the audio working. There you go, Crutchcorn. Oh, like silent film style? Okay. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Ooh, or some Mr. Bean music? What is Mr. Bean music? I don't actually know. It's like weird sound effects he makes every once in a while. Oh. Right? Like totally. Yeah. Nailed it. Mr. Bean. Yeah, exactly. It'd be so awful. Just an hour of him eating the oysters from that one episode. On repeat. Right? The sound effects and everything. Like, yeah, it'd be good. I'd watch it. In room 426? What does that mean, Angel Dollface? Because they didn't actually look at it, Crutchcorn. That's the magic. Yeah, this is amazing. It's called Cool Retro Term, or CRT. Oh, there's the name, like, that's the name of a Mr. Bean episode, the room 426 thing? Is that the one in which he eats all the oysters and then the guy next to him, he goes, "Ooh, I think these are off." At which point Mr. Bean goes, right? Okay, yeah, that's a good episode. That one's really good. That might be his best episode. That might be his best episode. Especially because he's like so spiteful and just awful that he deserves everything coming to him in that episode. The New Year's one, that one's pretty solid too. Yeah, we might have to rewatch some Mr. Bean here soon. Bummer. Woe is me, whatever shall I do? I know. Bummer. All right, so we got some extra tests done for the PHP. Which one do we start off in next? The one where he got his head stuck in the turkey? I thought that was the New Year's one. Yeah, I thought that was the New Year's one. Shit. Yeah, maybe I got them mixed up. No, the turkey one might be the date episode, right? The one where he has a date. I think you might be right about that. I think they are separate. Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna have to watch them again. Bummer. Alright, so, real quick though. What language next? We got some more tests to add to all of them, right? We just did the PHP. Should we just go alphabetically and do C# first? Should we do the Go first? Should we do the Rust first? What do y'all think? Elixir, Rust. We got 2 votes for the Rust. All right, that technically counts as a 3rd vote for the Rust. We'll get to the Elixir right after this. How about that? How about that? How about that? All right, so we'll do Rust first. Yeah, no need to be a crustacean about it. Yeah, that was a bad one. No, that was me debating whether I wanted to do that terrible, terrible crustacean joke. The answer was yes. Oh, Ninfu, that is such a good emote. Whose is that one? That one's solid. Oh, Ninfu, it's one of yours. I didn't know you streamed. Okay. What do you stream? Looks like a bunch of just chatting. Yeah, it's one of yours. That's a good one. I like it. I just gave you a follow. Oh, so you stream coding. I'd recommend using the coding channel to get like more people. Once you get like big, then you can do like just chatting or whatever. But I'd say to build up your audience, yeah, over here in like software and game dev is probably the best place to start. You have a mustache? Okay. I don't see it, but okay. Do you mean Mustache the library, like Mustache JS? That's fine. I don't think anyone's gonna judge you for that. The category I'm in right now, software and game dev. Yeah, I think it's better than just chatting. As far as building up your audience if you do a lot of programming. If you don't do that much programming, right? Like a Tawny stream, wink, bad joke. Then yeah, maybe you just go just chatting or something. See, these jokes aren't as fun unless Tawny's here to hear them. So yeah, I'll just have to hold on to them. There you go, that'll work. That'll work. Then she'd just think I'm constantly talking shit. It's a rare occurrence. I like how you misspelled narc. Interesting. It is a skill. Yeah, touche. Oh, is it a skill or a talent? Have you had to practice it, or is it one you were born with? Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. All right, so as far as other tests go, so we've lined up all this stuff. We need to go to lib here and actually get our tests written out, like written down here in test. Now what's going on here? Ooh, and because yeah, so end to end here. Doesn't do what we're expecting there. We can just do an unwrap. Again, this is a test, so like unwrapping here is really not a big deal. So Crutchcorn, the key is it's a static file that lives anywhere other than your compile. So these are runtime flags. The entire goal of these things is to make sure that they run at runtime and get evaluated at runtime. Compile time flags are just glorified environment variables. I am fancy. This is my dress beanie. This beanie's basically a tuxedo. This is the nicest beanie I own. Anyone here want to go search my Twitter for my beanie bin photo? I have a bin of beanies. Angel Dollface, you don't even have to imagine that hard. Just imagine the blue tuxedo or the orange tuxedo from Dumb and Dumber. The ones with like the fringe and frills. Now just imagine a yellow one. Yeah, exactly. Duh. Now hold on, yeah, here's my beanie bin. Thank you for searching for that. Appreciate you. Yeah. Look at that beanie bin. It's a pretty good collection. It's a pretty good collection. And oh shit. What are these? Oh no, what did I do this time? Alright, yeah, we're good, we're good. Yeah, I don't know. They say even financial and medical ones, motherfucker, not every single employee has that access at these companies. That would be a fucking nightmare, dude. Like, seriously, I had to go through so many fucking checks and balances to get access to the air traffic controller software at Microsoft. And even then, I ended up not working on that project, but I still had to go through a bunch of fucking clearances to get that. Right? This person is just flat out wrong. Not every single employee should have that access at any of these companies, right? If you're in QA, why the fuck do you need direct data access to enterprise client data? You don't. You really don't. So yeah, I'm pressing X to doubt on this person's statement. The parking attendant at the skyscraper of Fidelity does not have access to this. Just like a DevRel should not have access to that. Yeah, right? This person is thinking, like, I don't know. Is this person agreeing with me or disagreeing with me? Right? No matter what, impersonating a user should come with checks and balances. If your organization is not doing that, no enterprise should ever use your company again. It's that easy. It's really, really straightforward and cut and dry. No enterprise should ever use your company again if any single employee, without any like auditing or whatever, can access all data of every client. That's fucking insane. That's like kind of crazy. Why would a DevRel for GitHub be able to read enterprise private repos? They shouldn't. If GitHub has that problem, it's a problem. Right? There should be logs for accessing that data. It should be an issue if you access data you had no reason to access. It should be something that someone gets notified about. Right? Just because some companies operate in a haphazard fucking willy-nilly kind of way doesn't mean it's okay. It just means they've gotten away with it for this long. Doesn't make it right. That's the point I'm making. Should a DevRel have full access to all enterprise employee or client data? Hell no. Like, hell no. That's the big issue. Yeah. Right? So the person I'm replying to, look up a customer email address. Bro, I could literally log in as a customer to our app and act as them completely. We call it masquerading, and it was really hard to spell correctly in the code. Sure, I get that. But should DevRel have that access? Fuck no. You as the core dev, maybe, but it should be logged somewhere. Yeah. Right? Just because people are getting away with it doesn't make it right. That's a very important aspect of this. Just because you can do it, Ryan Florence, doesn't mean that you should be allowed to do so without any checks and balances. Right? For a plucky startup, All right, a plucky startup gets a little more leeway. Meanwhile, in the reply he had to this statement, sure, but with 250 employees, this isn't some massive oversight or incompetence. It is a massive oversight. Do you want to treat them as a plucky startup, or do you want to treat them as a 250 employee company? These two things are not the same. Yeah, 250 employees is massive. Like, that's a legitimate company. It's not a plucky startup anymore. You don't get to operate as if you're a plucky startup at 250 employees. Yeah, exactly, Lady Blue Notes. It's not a startup. It's not a plucky startup. They don't get that benefit of the doubt. Does it mean, oh my God, Versal's the worst, how dare they? No, it means that they got some shit to fix. They really need to be in PR mode over this, or they're gonna lose a lot of customers. I will never, ever, ever recommend hosting client data on Vercel if this is their response to it. Do you think any old generic support staff at AWS can look up all your private data? Fuck no, nobody would use AWS anymore. Right? Like, that's the biggest problem there. That's the issue. AWS should have checks and balances, at least at the bare minimum, that you need to be an actual dev to get that access. Yeah, private data needs to be private. It's that simple. So Squishy, yeah, you're totally right. I believe AWS had to massively address the amount of access that people get at AWS to limit the blast radius of one employee being compromised. Like, seriously, it's not even if the employee goes rogue, it's if that employee gets compromised. Should they have 100% access to everything? Hell no. Ooh, an animated CM Griffin head bob emote? Right? With like the side head bob. Not a bad option. Not a bad option. And yeah, how you doing, old sloppy? Mr. Sir. Exactly, Crutchcorn. Yep. It's not even, do we trust the employees? It's, do we trust that an employee being compromised doesn't fuck everything up? And that's a whole bigger can of worms. And again, at a company as big as Vercel, right, their entire keynote was talking about how big they are anymore. Their entire keynote was like, yeah, we get 850,000 users a month, active users. That's the size of a small city. Like, motherfucker. How do you separate? Like, how do you actually, like, how are you okay with the cognitive dissonance between the keynote that you just delivered and your, hey, treat us like a plucky startup thing that you're trying to do for, like, damage control? You don't. You can't. Those things are inseparable. You're either a plucky startup that doesn't deal with that much user data, or you're not a plucky startup anymore. You don't get the defense of a plucky startup. Where do non-profits fall? I mean, so at that point, it's still maybe based upon the size of the organization. And should every single human being at that startup have access to customer data? No. So, I mean, no matter what, if it's a large enough nonprofit, then not every employee needs access to customer data. Like, that's actually kind of easy. All right, so Angel, hold on. Let's double check what you're saying. My bad. So Angel Dollface, look at it this way. In those situations, are they actually testing your knowledge, or are they testing your ability to react and deal with those situations? Are you failing the personality test rather than the knowledge test? So you need to look at how you conduct yourself in these interviews and how you handle someone gaslighting you. No, keep in mind, half of the interview is testing how you react to situations, not just your knowledge. That might be a part you need to work on. I'm not going to say it absolutely is, but only you know that. In many cases, half of the interview is evaluating your personality, not just your knowledge. Now, keep in mind, though, that as a junior, this is a very hard time to get hired. So it's not only on you, but I would simply say, could you present yourself as someone that's more fun to work with? Possibly. And it would be based upon those stressful situations in which someone's gaslighting you in some way, but you're still someone that they could see themselves working with. Because stressful situations will happen on the job. Again, I don't know, Angel. I'm not there in your interview process. I'm not there, so I don't know. I can't tell you if that's the problem or not. I'm just simply letting you know things that you should work on that are not just technical and hard skills. There's the soft skills of how you interact with other people. Now, me, in an interview, am I the same asshole that you see here on stream? Hell no. I'm not even that person on the job after the interview. No. This is my safe space for me to be as big of an asshole as I want. To really just push back on things I see wrong with the industry. Such as fanboying over technology and shit. This is my safe space to react and talk how I want to talk. Versus recognizing that I can't do that on the job. I have to be a person that other people want to work with. First and foremost. That's actually more important than your knowledge. I timed you out just an hour ago because you were telling me that I need to learn Spanish in my own chat. Ninfu. Your ability to recognize your boundaries is the reason you got timed out. Don't you tell me how to run my stream. Hell no. This is my place where what I say goes. Specifically because I can't dictate things like that at work. This is the one place where I have absolute control, and I want it to be a place I want to continue coming back to. Which means yeeting the fuck out of people that make it less fun to be here. So, Squishy, I would say it's still kind of a thing. It's still worthwhile to see how people react in stressful situations, because there will be stressful situations on the job. It's actually a really, really good metric of if this person is worth working with. Do I like it? No. Have I totally not gotten jobs because of how I handled someone telling me to reverse a linked list on a whiteboard? Probably. That's the thing. Whatever. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Hell no. But I do think evaluating how people perform under pressure is a valid concern for a company to have, because there are some people that fold completely under pressure, right? The moment pressure is applied, they stop delivering. You definitely don't want that kind of person on the job. Luckily, I'm one of those, what, me worry? Kind of people when, like, the stress of the job hits. Oh, we got a client that needs something fixed? Well, let's look at what we can do to fix it. Oh, nothing? Fuck it, sorry. Deal with it. So a laissez-faire approach to a lot of things is actually more agreeable than people that freak out the moment pressure is applied. Not saying anybody here is doing that, but I am just simply saying evaluating someone under pressure is valid. I'm not saying it's the number one thing they should look for. Under fake interview pressure? Yeah, that's a totally different thing. I get it. It's hard to actually simulate job level pressure, right? So interview level pressure kind of has to fill the void. Does it mean it's right? Does it mean it's good? No. But it's all they can do. What up, inexperienced streamer? How you doing? That is, hold on, your name is Mark, correct? We met at TwitchCon, right? You're like a fixture in Trash Dev stream, right? Okay, just double checking. Yeah. I only remember the name because I've seen your name elsewhere, like in a bunch of places. For sure. No offense, but yeah. I get it, Squishy. Yeah. I think Angel was maybe misusing the term gaslighting at that point. Not like fully, like it's probably like a gray area of like gaslighting versus whatever. I think they were using gaslighting as just like a catch-all term, rather than being more specific about it. Here's a big thing, Angel. They were most likely looking for the term monad. An option and a result are both types of monads. That is most likely the keyword they were looking for in that question. Yeah, a monad is a monad. That's it. Options and results are both monadic types. So in the interview, they were most likely looking to see like how much you understand about functional programming and things like that. In which case, you should probably look up and understand more about functional programming. Just simply to satisfy the tryhards that care, right? But it's just one of those things you can look up and then you know it, right? Yeah, there you go. Perfect. I don't know they were looking for that, but that's my guess. Now, a monad is a functional programming thing, and functional programming can be done in any programming language. For sure. So instead, yeah, understanding functional programming basics and how they apply to many other languages will go way further than being an expert in Haskell. Yeah, I mean, so here's my point, hey Bales. Understanding functional programming will make you better at object-oriented programming. It'll make you as just better in general as a programmer, knowing when to apply functional paradigms to your code to make it easier to test, etc. Dependency injection is basically a form of functional programming, or at least like inspired by functional programming, by making sure that you're always passing dependencies as arguments rather than globals, right? Things like that. So understanding functional programming makes you a better developer. I'm not saying you have to be 100% functional and oh my god, don't you ever have side effects type shit. But I'm simply saying understand when it's useful to think about functional whatever, right? Pure functions are massively easier to test. Guaranteed. Like super easy. Nothing to mock. You just earn like nothing to like spy or like do any other bullshit. You're just passing something into a function as an argument. You're done. So pure functions for testing, worthwhile, worth knowing. Yeah, general principles, for sure. How could you make any language functional? Next versus Quick versus Remix? I mean, Remix and Next are worth considering. Quick is its own thing. Next is catching up to Remix in terms of like server actions, etc. I still think they make you wire up a bunch of stuff that you might not even be thinking about. Whereas Remix does the form wiring for you. Let's look at this real quick. Anything good? Nah, we're good. Yeah, so hey, Bales, that's a good point, right? Like, the interview process is you also interviewing the company to see if you even want to work there. So the interview process is like a give and take. It's like a dual evaluation. Yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. Quick is totally separate. It may have JSX and some other stuff, but like the rest, like that's basically where the comparison stops. Quick is its own thing. If you're looking for a remix or next for Quick, then you're looking for Quick City. Quick City is the meta framework for Quick. But yeah, again, inexperienced streamer, super cool, man. I gave you some stickers, right? I definitely gave you some stickers, right? If not, I'll send you some more. Or I'll send you some. Ooh, so Sergeant Pepper, you're maybe missing the fact that Quick is like the baseline layer, whereas Quick City is a hydrated framework, right? So yes, someone else out there totally mistook those things and mixed them up, right? Quick is analogous to React, but Next.js and Remix are built on top of React. So you need to consider the meta frameworks that are built on top of the thing. And then yeah, Quick City is the meta framework built on top of Quick. At which point you get the hydration and all that bullshit. So they maybe meant Quick City. But that's not what they said, so we can only go based on what they said. Ooh, Quick City does do hydration, though. Doesn't it? Quick City does 0 hydration? Really? All right, so I would simply say resumable versus hydrated. It sounds a little like splitting hairs to me. So I get it that they're technically different. As far as a consumer is concerned, is it actually a problem? Like, does knowing the difference actually matter? I think that's the big point. I get it, it makes sense for them to call it out as something specific. As me making an application, do I need to give a shit? I don't think I do. Right? Resumability versus hydration is a framework author pointing out why they think their framework is better. As a consumer, as an app developer, meh. Is the end result the same? It is. I don't know. I still think maybe I'm missing something or you're missing something with the way I'm describing this. For me, if I'm building an application, do I actually care that much? Or is the end result basically the same? For me, building an application, meh. Look at it this way, right? Here's the biggest thing I can actually point out about why this is important for some people, but not for others. Consider a person that drives a car. Do they need to give a shit about the difference between a V6 and an inline six? Nope. They just need to drive from point A to point B. The person maintaining and repairing the engine needs to know the difference. But people who drive cars are not the same as people who need to work on cars. The broad majority of people consuming either an inline six or a V6 don't give a fuck as long as it gets them from point A to point B. That's what I'm getting at. Does an application developer actually need to give a shit? So I get that Sergeant Pepper. Realistically, though, that is one person on an entire team gives a shit, and everyone else just continues building the application. Right? And the web core vital scores are not actually the make or break of a usable app or not. There are plenty of apps out there that just work that actually get kind of shitty web core vital scores. Your user doesn't give a shit. They just want it to work. All right, so you're talking about media sites, not apps. Okay, but recognize that media sites are a niche. They're like the edge case for a common like developer application, a common application we need to build. So this is very similar to my argument against Next.js. I don't need Next.js for anything I'm doing. The majority of the applications I've ever built were dashboard applications. Next.js has absolutely zero relevance for a dashboard application versus just raw React. For a media site, sure, but media sites are not the common ground. They're an edge case, in my opinion. Okay, so Sgt. Pepper, I think we totally agree. All I'm saying is that distinction is very minimal for the majority of applications that are developed, right? For a media-heavy application, right? A media site like you're talking about, right? Like a news site or like a classifieds ad type site or whatever, right? Those are very, very necessary to optimize for what you're doing, but those are actually the edge case, not the common case, right? So I think we agree. I just want to make sure other people are catching up with what we're talking about and why we don't need to like 100% agree on like the minutia there, because we've already separated out that the cases that we're trying to solve and the common case between these are very different. So yeah, for sure. Thank you, Sgt. Pepper. I'm not trying to be a jerk, not trying to be a dick about it. I am sometimes, but I just simply think that the types of applications that server-side rendering solve are an edge case. You either need static site generation with hydration, or you need a dashboard app that doesn't need any of that shit. Right? So at that point, you know, it's worth it to know if you're the senior who's trying to architect this thing. The majority of devs out there are not that person. Yeah, App World is so much easier. Like, yeah, I get that. I totally get it there, Sgt. Pepper. For sure, man. Like, I totally understand why Shopify needs to give a shit about Remix. That makes so much sense to me. But again, e-commerce is actually a very narrow case to develop front-end applications against. Like, I don't know. That's the biggest, like, separation of concerns, or, like, just... It's like the split between what actually matters and what doesn't. And so much of like Vercel's marketing is that everybody needs to support what, you know, media sites need to do. And I simply push back and say no. They don't. They really, really don't. The majority of the web would be satisfied by static site generation with some like lazy loaded enhancements such as comments. Right? The majority, like the other majority, is like dashboard applications that who gives a shit. And then there's like that small percentage of media sites that need server-side rendering. But we've had server-side rendering pushed to us as the thing that every site needs to do. Oh my god, and that's why you need Vexilla and Next.js and all that stuff. Nah. Just nah. Oh yeah, squishy. Like, dude, yeah. An app that's only ever gonna have like 10 users concurrently at the same time because they're internal apps, you don't need some massively running server at all times. That's what your API is doing, right? Yeah, I've worked on a bunch of those. That's actually like the majority of applications in the world. Weird little internal business apps that don't need to worry about scale. That's actually the majority of software development, in my opinion. And that's why the amount of developers available is not enough to satisfy the needs of the entire world yet. Because every single company in the world will eventually have a software development division of some kind, because they all have apps that they need to make that improves their internal processes quicker, right? Like, seriously. The majority of apps I built at the previous client agency I was at, these were all internal bullshit apps that just needed to solve a problem. Now, some of them ended up having like 1,000+ users and all sorts of shit like that. But all we were doing was abstracting out fucking PeopleSoft. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper, yep. 10 user apps on Kubernetes, right? Now, here's the opposite of that problem there, Sergeant Pepper. Look at Chick-fil-A. Every Chick-fil-A has a Kubernetes cluster in-house. They've written blog posts about it. I'm not saying anything proprietary or like secret. Every Chick-fil-A has a Kubernetes cluster at that location. Why? Because, think about it this way, their menus are all digital. If they want to push out a menu update, they need that shit to be resilient. They don't have in-house, on-staff, at every location IT people that can reboot a server if it needs to be rebooted. So it needs to be remotely rebootable, right? It needs to be resilient in some major way. And, well, shit, if you're gonna do that and make it like remotely rebootable, couldn't we also ship pricing remotely as well? Which means that they can actually dial in the cost of chicken, the cost of a chicken sandwich in Alaska versus Washington. No problem. There should be a premium on that. And they can calculate that on the fly as their costs increase as well. Because it's all real time, fetched from some like data resource, some data warehouse where that gets calculated for them. So it starts to make a lot of sense for an organization like Chick-fil-A to have a Kubernetes cluster that is resilient, that can just like die and restart with every node within that cluster. And you can then push pricing data to those clusters. Nice and easy. Bam, like that. Kind of genius, right? That's actually the future. Did you realize that here in the US, Chick-fil-A could actually start operating their own CDN using their fucking restaurant nodes? Would you like to hit up the CFA CDN? They could just license those nodes out to fucking AWS. Yeah, I work at a Kubernetes company. I work at Fairwinds. We make Polaris, Goldilocks, and some other shit too, like open source wise. Right? I work at a company that helps optimize your Kubernetes clusters at scale. Like, we have some large companies as clients that I can't actually say their name, but holy shit, like, yeah, we were doing a demo, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna, like, demo some stuff. And we were thinking like maybe 1,000 nodes or something, like tens of thousands, 100,000 like nodes making up their clusters and shit. Right? Like kind of crazy. We have major customers that are making us realize that, oh yeah, 1,000+ items, no, like 10,000 items in a drop-down list? Yeah, that's gonna fuck shit up. That's like, dude, their entire UI was just like stalling while all these nodes were created and shit. So instead, yes, we have to implement things that adapt to a massive amount of like nodes and data and clusters and all that shit. It's making our entire application more resilient and ready to handle bigger and bigger clients. But holy shit, it was like we had to put out some fires, basically. Yeah, like crazy. I can't name the company, but the amount of nodes and like the data that we have to deal with is insane. Like it's so much shit. And we're adapting to it. I think we got this. I think we're gonna get this client. Which is awesome. A number I had heard was something like 1 million workloads a day. 1 million workloads per day. Generated, right? There's like UUIDs attached to them and all sorts of shit. I know, it's fucking insane. It's probably not best practices, but also this company is large enough that that's just the scale they deal with. I might have that number wrong. Hold on. It may have been... No, hold on. I have it slightly wrong. It's 300,000 per day, which means 1 billion workloads per month. There we go. That was the actual numbers. 300,000 workloads per day times 30, 31 or whatever, right? On average. That's basically 1 billion workloads a month. It's fucking bananas. Yeah, oh, it's totally manageable. My bad. I mistook. Like, yeah, my bad. So keep in mind, I haven't named anybody, and I don't think these numbers mean anything to anyone anyway, so, like, I'm not giving away any proprietary client info, blah, blah, blah. And these are only things that I've heard in passing. I haven't seen the data by hand, you know? But still, like, holy shit, dude. There's some big fucking companies out there, man. Ooh, almost as much Sgt. Pepper. Come on. That's a level of scale no company should have to worry about. There is an Apple event. I think some people said they were like heading over to it. I think it's going like right now or whatever. Ooh, I just discovered something earlier today. Y'all know how there's like the Cloudflare like wall of entropy, like the, you know, like the lava lamp shit. Oh, it just ended. All right. There's actually a service to get like massively scalable random number generation. Now I question some of that, but it's still kind of cool, right? If you need Cloudflare's random number generation as a service, check out DRAND. Random number generation as a service. Damn right. I'm kind of jealous. I wish I had thought about it first. I wish I'd thought about it first. Shit. I know, billion-dollar idea, man. A DevNull Slack plugin? There you go. Call it web scale. Some people get that reference. There you go. Powered by MongoDB. Nailed it. Here's the thing. Mongo actually serves some major and cool use cases. I think Mongo's problem is that people misuse it. Supabase is fine too, but it's not MongoDB. If you need truly unstructured data that you want to be able to query, Mongo serves that niche really well. How is it misused? People use Mongo thinking that they're going to get proper like relational data. Now, that's going to be N+1 queries for sure. Because it's not meant for that. It's a document store. Unstructured data is what it's good at. People misusing Mongo expect it to be good at structured data. And that's not its bread and butter. You can do it with it, but it is misused if you're thinking that you're going to get that out of it and be just as performant as SQL. Now, could plenty of apps be just fine with trying to treat unstructured data as structured data? Sure. But you're going to hit performance bottlenecks. Yeah, squishy. That totally fucking works. Absolutely. That is still a thing. However, you're still going to end up doing like N+1 queries if your data is truly relational anyway, right? But if you're not relational data, then it's just a document store and who gives a shit? Most large applications benefit from multiple types of data store for various things. The problems arise when you try to use one data store for everything. Like even SQL sucks at unstructured data, you know? There are certain things in which you should use the right tool for the job. It's that simple. But yeah, real quick, let me go use the restroom. I don't need to use the restroom that bad, but I do need to like rotate my pork that's in the fridge that's thawing right now. So let me go do that real quick. BRB. Oh yeah. Rip me. I'm back. Let's pour another beverage. Ooh, buddy. The pig's good. Just had to flip it. The main part is thawed just fine. I just gotta thaw like the other part that was sticking out of the water. Bazinga-verse! Thank you for the follow. Welcome. And yeah, Cotter, you mentioned like that you're bad at people's names. I think I'm bad at your name. Like, is your name actually like Wassam? Right? Is that your first name? I've only ever called you Cotter. Even when we were chatting in person, I called you Cotter. So that's probably my bad. Ooh, Cotter may have stepped away. So I think we can assume his name's officially Cotter now. Boom, nailed it. He had a chance to correct me. He missed it. Yeah, it's official. For sure. All right, so we sync the gradual flags first. Oh shit, wait. We actually have selective and value. What? Huh. Well, okay. It looks like I already did the Rust tests. Ooh, we're not testing scheduled, though. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, no, we are. Oh. Well, okay then. So our Rust code is actually better than I expected. All right, Rust code's done. We close it. I know, past me really helped out current me. I like past me. He's a dude. Statistically, past me has a goofy haircut, but I'm okay. I don't mind that. Let's check out some elixir code then. I know that's what Crutchcorn was looking for. Crutchcorn, you still out there? Ooh, is that a no? Well, fuck it. I'm not doing the elixir right now then. I'm kidding. We can do it. It's okay. Oh, that's right. He was watching the Apple thing. But that ended. That's over. Oh, there you go, Lady Blue Notes. All they had to do was stop doing it for like 5 years, and then, oh my god, it's so cool that they're doing it again. Here's my opinion. They take it away during years in which, like, they have a lot of shit to announce, just so that they can hold on to it for, like, years in which they don't have a lot of shit to announce. Ooh, painted metal doesn't work. Well, here's the thing. Is it painted or is it anodized? Anodized could be slightly different. I don't know. I have no idea. Hold on. Here's the thing. Isn't it titanium still? Ooh, probably painted for the price it's selling at. Oof. All right, not ideal. It's free real estate. There you go. Yeah, not a bad idea. Hold on, I got a bullshit Madden game going here on the side. There we go. Run, George Kittle, run! Ooh, how's my Madden team? Or not Madden, NFL team going tonight? This is the important question. Am I winning? Son, are you winning? Oh, yeah, I'm winning handily. It's because Husum done fucked up. I'll take an easy win. I'm 2-5 right now. I need a win. I didn't want to win like this, though. I won with them not having a quarterback or a running back set. Meanwhile, their tight end and their, like, wide receiver, like, flex position went insane. A win's a win, but yeah, not like this. Not like this. We'll see, we'll see. Who's in the lead in the league? We got Wentz Upon a Time, who's only lost once. They've only lost Wentz. Then there's Chaotic, who framed Roger's Rabbit. Oh, there's like a tie for second place, right? All 4 wins, 3 losses. Yeah, at this point, I'm not even making the playoffs. I'm tied with last place. Me and Atoda. I think Atoda's maybe just given up on the league at this point. Ooh, no, he's got a player who's in. Yeah, he didn't have anyone on bye weeks or anything, so yeah, he's still trying. All right, all right. Man, I haven't seen or chatted with Atoda in ages. Nope, he's not lurking right now. I see LL Cool Chris, though. Sorry to call out the lurker. Dude, yeah, you were featured in, like, the keynote, right? Wait, was that you or was that Fred Kiss? Tomato. No, that was you, right? LL Cool Chris? I think? I don't know. We saw a bunch of people in, like, the Next.js, like, keynote. Zayu was in it. I forget who else now. But fucking cool, man. Glad they're, like, hyping up people from the community. That is cool of them. It's how it's pronounced. It's spelled Z-E-U. But yeah, Zayu does spell. She does enough that she got featured in the keynote. I don't know. But yeah, I got to see her at TwitchCon. That was awesome. Like, it was, yeah, really cool. I think it was at TwitchCon in which she decided she's totally going to be like the bucket hat person, right? I'm the beanie person, right? Toque, if you want to be, or toque. I forget how to pronounce it. But I'm the beanie person. That's my branding. I believe Zayu is going to make the bucket hat her branding. Nailed it. Toque. You know, tomato. But branding is a thing. Branding is a really good thing. Toque? Yeah, I know. At least I didn't say Tequa. Or some bullshit, right? Oh, I don't know, Beastco. Let me just point out that I'm a bit of a jerk. And I'd be okay if, if I rubbed you the wrong way at some point. I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to be better, I'm only human. See, I was definitely not a jerk in Vegas. I think I totally redeemed myself. Okay? But it was actually really cool to meet you in person, man. Yeah, like, super cool. Like, super cool, man. God, what is that emote? Oh, that one's creepy. Oh, is that a crutch corn emote? When am I moving to Whitefish? I would like to. I'm really still considering, like, Whitefish is a move. It would be fucking amazing. Are you actually out there in that area? We didn't discuss that. You don't have to disclose if you don't want to. But yeah, Whitefish or Lake Tahoe, those are pretty much like right up there at the top of my list. Only reason Tahoe is because I'm eventually gonna try and like submit to Y Combinator or something. Your Billings. Okay, yeah. Whistler would require that I have an actual like passport, and I don't. It'd also require that living anywhere near Whistler is affordable, which it isn't. It really isn't. If I was gonna move somewhere near there like that, it'd probably be like, right, like Mount Seymour type area. Places like that. I wouldn't mind hanging out like Mount Seymour, or there's a couple others too. Yeah, there's like an old snowboard crew. I don't know if there's still a crew or anything, but like they were the Seymour Kids or the Skids, and they used to have amazing, like awesome snowboard videos. So yeah, like just hanging out, riding around like the Skids crew would be really fun, actually. I think I know somebody that still works at Whistler. Her name's Avery, like Avery McKenzie or something like that. Like a good 20 years ago, she was like a front runner for the Olympics. All that means is she like ran the course to make sure the pipe was good and then like slipped it. Ooh, no, so Vegas, like the snowboard convention was like everybody who was a buyer for a snowboard shop would go to Vegas to check out next year's shit to help put in an order for next year, because all snowboard brands operate on like an initial run, like how many like units we need to order kind of thing, and then they'll like pad it just a little bit for companies to do like reorders. But yeah, if they sell all the snowboards they've ordered for the year, too bad, that shit's sold out. So yeah, snowboard companies tend to just run on like a pre-booked amount of like things they should order and make, and then they send that to their factories, and the factories make just that amount. So that's what the snowboard convention was for, and that's like literally what the Colorado convention is for now. But back in the day, it was in Vegas for party reasons, and it was fucking awesome. I got to see Snoop Dogg. Like, I've been within 10 feet of Snoop Dogg, because they had the Skull Candy booth, and he was performing at that, and I was at the Rome booth just right next to it. So yeah, like, that's the cool part. That's actually kind of the cool part. But yeah, nowadays it's in Colorado, and I haven't gone to that. No one actually goes to the snowboard convention to actually snowboard. No, you go to drink and hang out with people and get some company to buy you drinks. Duh. Duh. But yes, Whitefish would be really cool. I'm heavily considering Whitefish. Basically, by the beginning of March, I need to be looking at where I want to move. Because I don't want to be in this place again for the third year. And my lease is up in April. Or start of May. So I got to figure out where I'm moving after this. It could be as simple as just fucking Leavenworth here in Washington. I'd still save $1,000 on rent per month, which would be huge. Whitefish would also be $1,000 on rent. Lake Tahoe would probably be about the same rent. So that's a little tougher. But still, if I end up getting accepted to Y Combinator, Lake Tahoe is the move. Because I could just crash with someone in San Fran or whatever, and then still have my place. Mont Tremblant, yeah, I've heard it's not bad, but Quebec is really not where I'd be aiming for. That's the one that's just right outside of Montreal, right? If I was really trying to date a porn star, I'd happily move to Montreal. But I'm not, so I'm not. I'm not saying never. I'm just saying not right now. But yeah, Beastgo, good to see you again here, man. For sure. Yeah, the smirk. If you don't mind, I think it's actually kind of interesting. Your last message besides today, 2021. Before that, 2020. Like a year between them. But you have a message as old as 2019, which is OG triple triple. So, yeah, man. You belong. Even if it's temporary, you belong. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. No reason, Infu. I'll see you again. I stream when you're not here, normally. I get that. I mean, I tend to stream 6 days a week. But yeah, like nowadays it's from like 1 p.m. till about 6 or 7 p.m. like Pacific time. So I get it. Yeah, that's outside your scope. I used to stream at different hours though. Oh, I mean, yesterday on Gaming Stream, that's a totally different thing. Gaming Stream doesn't count. I bet Beastco doesn't even know about Gaming Stream. Gaming Stream's the secret stream. It's special. You've never seen it? Okay, I get it. All right, so you actually know about it. Well, shit. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 we do on Wednesday nights with the crew. I think we'll be starting a Baldur's Gate 3 Evil playthrough on Saturday night. Tonight, do you mean just on this stream or combining streams? If we combine streams, yeah, I've done 20 hours a day a bunch, right? If you talk about like this stream and the other stream, yeah, combine those two together and yeah, like 20 hours a day was kind of like, I mean, it happened. Yeah, combined, yeah, pretty close. Yeah. Let me put it this way. I stream about 2,000 hours a year on this channel and something like 2,400 hours a year on the other channel. When you combine that together, that doesn't leave a lot of time for sleep. Need to leave for dinner? That's fine. What are you eating real quick? Dude, it was really cool. Like, seriously, Beastco, it was really cool to see you in person, man. For sure. Yeah. Next TwitchCon too? I'll see you there. If I make it out to Montana, hold on. If there's like an HTMX conference, right? I'll go out there and snowboard. Fuck yeah. I think Warren is trying to convince the HTMX dude to have like a conference. I'll go fucking snowboard. Have it during the winter and we're good to go. Crispy chicken? Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, that sounds good, Beastco. Yeah, enjoy. Again, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, HTMX dude, I think he's in Bozeman. Like, he's Montana for sure, as far as I know. But, like, Montana, I know it's a massive state. It's close enough, right? Wink. Montana is the only state in the U.S. when we drove cross-country, like, moving from Jersey to Washington, in which we'd go to sleep and be like, oh, what state are we in? Still Montana. Ah, fuck. Take a nap. What state are we in? Still Montana. Like, dude, it's so brutal. Meanwhile, when we were in Jersey, and then, like, you know, going, like, I'd fall asleep and wake up in a new state every time. It's only Montana that made us realize, like, oh, shit. Right? Yeah, you judge by hours, not miles. Yeah, exactly. Best World. Yes, I do still snowboard. I bought my pass for the year. Stevens Pass is probably not opening for a while, but I could use my Stevens Pass. It's an epic pass at a bunch of places. There might even be a place in Montana I could go for free. I haven't looked. I don't know. I don't even know. Yeah, I still shred. I actually, here in Washington, I want to have someone do at least like a run or two of like follow cam stuff. Right? Holding my own like 360 cam while I'm doing like box and rail stuff in the park. That's less fun. Instead, could I buy someone a drink or something to like hold the camera for me like for a run or two? I think so. Pretty sure Melky skis. He doesn't drink though, so I can't buy him a drink to hold the camera for me. I'll buy him a protein shake. Bad joke. Bad joke. I'll buy him some unseasoned chicken. Right? Boom, nailed it, right? No, so Lady Blue Notes, he's like a fitness person. To hit his macros, he probably barely seasons stuff so that he can just do like chicken and brown rice, you know? That's the standard like weightlifter meal. I don't know, does he actually eat food? No idea. I haven't seen it. No, I think he ate like some really like decent and awesome food at like the buffet we all went to. Steamed broccoli? You mean rabbit food? All right, so yeah, here in our Elixir code, we got the within schedule stuff, we got all that, but we don't have the tests for it. This is a place that we need to pick back up tomorrow before Dylan Mulroy joins stream. And again, we could give Dylan Mulroy an out, because tomorrow is basically Halloween. If he wants to party for Halloween, we can do it. I get it. It's fine. Not a problem. I am going to be wearing my Halloween costume tomorrow, which means I need to do laundry tonight. What is my Halloween costume? Well, I could say, oh, you got to like show up tomorrow to find out. But no, I will be a sriracha bottle. I have a sriracha hoodie and a green beanie. Boom, I'm a sriracha bottle. Nailed it. Right? Nailed it. Nailed it. Oh, I feel bad. Hold on. I don't know if I gave Beastco some stickers. I hope I did. Shit. There are definitely people I forgot to give stickers to. And I feel bad about that. They exist. Well, you weren't there, Lady Blue Notes. if you want a pair of stickers, just send me a DM, right? So I can, like, mail it to you. Preferably a P.O. box. As a streamer, you should probably establish a P.O. box anyway. Right? That way random viewers can send you things if you want. And it's not to your fucking house, you know? No, I get that, but I'm saying, no, I mean stickers. Yeah, like, I can't send stickers to your PayPal, right? And here's the thing, like, as a streamer, your audience could give you money, but there are people that want to give a better gift at some point. It's a really big thing for, like, IRL streamers and, like, you know, just chatting streamers and stuff, right? If you're not there yet, no worries. I'm not there yet. No, I don't give out my P.O. box. I only use it as, like, the return address when I send people stickers. Because, again, I'm a software dev, so, like, meh, whatever. I'm just saying, if you ever, like, go beyond software dev, there will be people that want to give you, like, just random shit instead of just money, you know? Would I benefit from opening that up? Probably. Here's the thing, I'm enough of a jerk that people would send me poop. Right? Right? That's like the coin flip of, like, is it good or bad? But yeah. There's enough people that dislike me that would totally, like, send me not a good gift. I get it. It's a thing. It's the reality of the situation. Sending whiskey in the mail. Yeah, I'm not even sure that works. Is that a thing you can actually do? I like the way your grandfather thinks. That is a solid move right there. That's a solid move. Yeah. I don't even know how to, like, approach that, but yeah, no, nailed it. Good job. Good job, Grandpa Blue Notes. All right, so here's the next little bit. Would you call him a mushroom, e.g. he's a fun guy? Boom, nailed it. Dad jokes abound on this stream. Oh, that's some whiskey. I need to water this down a little more. Holy shit. Yeah, that was some whiskey. All right, so selective. All right, so we do that fetch. Good to go there. All right, so we do config, we do selective, and we do string. Should selective custom string should be in list. We assert then selective number 42. All right, so mix test. Sync flags 2 is undefined or private. should 4 is undefined. They're saying this is at line 39? So, sync flags 3. Okay, so hold on. Yeah, let's shift this over. The error we're getting is, should 4 is undefined or private, did I mean should 3? They're saying that at line 39. Alright, so that should be should custom. Sync flags 2 is undefined, did I mean sync flags 3? We see sync flags 3. There it is. Config. All right. Because we're piping it right here. So yeah. That's the piping issue. All right, here we go. So, doc test failed. All that is just in scheduler test, and that's at line 3. So that is not our issue, and I'm wondering if we're even getting this far. Right, so here we see scheduled, right? Scheduler is getting an example feature, and we're checking if it's active, and all that's happening down in here. So we're seeing is scheduled feature active failing our scheduler test, right, at line 15-ish. And that's doc test, and that's in scheduler, and that's all based upon this. All right, so here's my biggest issue, that I don't think we're hitting these tests properly. ChatGPT, nah, I don't think that would actually help me. I think understanding my problem would help me more so than just farming it out to ChatGPT. Sorry for the burp. There was a second. Kind of a third. Now, this is a flaw in my doc test. The weird part is that we're actually doing this, and like a lot of these values seem fine. No, I don't find ChatGPT useful. Only time I've tried to use it was when I was trying to do some like FFmpeg stuff, and it kept yelling at me about how, hey, here's this thing, and sorry, like FFmpeg yelled at me about how it was wrong. I would tell ChatGPT how it was wrong, and it would give me like the same thing with like an extra comma. And then I'd say, hey, the comma's not the problem, and they just remove the comma. So like, for most of what I do, ChatGPT is not useful. I'm not saying it never will be, but so far, a lot of the problems I need to solve are not ChatGPT solvable. If your problems are ChatGPT solvable, well then, awesome, man. Good luck. Keep using it. But for what I do, nah. Meh. Like, just not useful. So yeah, I think we're at a good stopping point for today. I got way more tests to finish for like the elixir code, etc., that we can probably knock out tomorrow before Dylan Mulroy comes at us with some more OCaml stuff. So I get it there, Olby. I'll just say Olby. How about that? If it's not useful for solving problems, how is it actually useful for learning? If you can't trust it to like solve a problem, how can you trust it to teach you anything? To me, there is a very clear disconnect between those two like statements. If it's not good enough to write code, how could it be good enough to tell you what the right code is? So yeah, I don't know, man. Just means that we don't see eye to eye. That's totally fine. Yeah, exactly, squishy. Like, if your problems are so well defined that AI can solve them, you're not solving meaningful problems at work. I'm not saying that's a problem. I'm just simply pointing out, like, there's a very clear difference between what ChatGPT does and what I do day to day. Will it ever get there? I don't fucking know, probably. But is it there yet? No. Like, that's a really easy answer. No, it's not there yet. Will ChatGPT or AI take my job? Not yet. If ever. I don't fucking know. I'm not trying to talk about ever. I just mean right now and within what I can see it doing in the next year or so. Nah, man. My job's safe. Yeah, I tried V0 here on stream. And it still struggled to make a better like user interface than something we came up with on our own. For people that don't do UI whatsoever, yeah, I bet it's like wholly valuable. Like, yeah, use it. Sounds awesome. But for anyone that understands what their users are doing and how to like model a UI in any way, V0 ain't it. It just isn't. The amount of iterations I'd have to go through for V0 to give me something useful, I'd use up my credits and I'd be spending way more money than I'm willing to put in. So yeah, semaphore. I'd have to look up what a semaphore is yet again, but could I just look up the term and understand it too? Probably. Do you need ChatGPT to do that for you, or is it just a quick Google search away? I don't know. I'm not trying to say like you could or couldn't do it. Like, you know better than I do. But for what I'm doing, I'd rather just look up a definition and then figure it out. Problem solved, right? But again, for someone brand new, could it give you the context you're missing? Absolutely. I don't know. So K-Bray, yeah, it's worth getting started. Let me just point out that I went through a large amount of iterations to try and have it visualize my diff interface of what you have in the cloud versus what you're trying to do locally and if you need to bring in those changes. I used up all of my credits trying to solve that problem beyond like the first two, like just tests, right? At that point, it still didn't solve what I was looking for, and the UI that I created on my own ad hoc, even though I'm not a designer, was better than what they gave me. Were they on the right track? Sure. But it wasn't like a complete product. I still needed to use my big old brain to solve the problem, you know? So at that point, like, V0 doesn't solve any problem I have. V0 solves problems for people that are not designers, where they just need something. Yeah, that is actually V0's #1 use case to me. Back-end devs that need some kind of UI to where they are not capable of iterating on it in the same way. I mean, they are capable, but do they want to put in the effort? No. Right? So keep in mind, it's not about capability, it's about effort put in. And how many people are going to actually put in the effort? Very few. Meanwhile, I'm building an application in which I need to put in the effort. That's actually what separates me from every other app out there. Effort. So at this point, it doesn't solve any of my problems. Will it eventually? Sure. Could I use it for inspiration? Absolutely. I think the bigger benefit are back-end devs that don't give a fuck about front-end and they can use V0 to help make them a UI that still like satisfies needs. Is it the perfect UI that solves every user's use case? No. Does it get them 80% of the way? Probably. So to me, V0 is an 80% back-end dev solution. Front-end devs probably know more about user like patterns and like clicking profiles and things that need to happen on the front end that back-end devs don't know or give a shit about yet. Should they eventually? Maybe, but do they need to right now? No. But a back-end dev without a front-end team or even a front-end dev? Absolutely. They could make a wholly usable UI, but it's a UI that will eventually need to be optimized by someone who gives a shit about user experience. So yeah, Kbre, that's the big problem, right? If you're a back-end dev, is it worth paying for the service, or is it worth just having some other front-end person that's already employed by the company just spend like 4 hours of their day giving you like a more usable design, right? The moment that V0 is able to take in one of those designs and turn it into a usable like set of components, that is major value, like massive amounts of value. But V0 is not that yet. Could it be eventually? And then yes, eventually it would serve a massive use case. Yeah, take in some fucking Figma or other design and turn it into components. Ooh, there you go. That's where V0 would have major value. I still think it has problems with permutations of UI. What about when there's an error? What about when the user inputs bad data? Like, how does that happen? That still requires a front-end person who gives a fuck about user experience to make it worthwhile. Prototyping? Ooh, V0 is right there. Awesome. Nailed it. Right? Better than like dev apps that are unstyled form components in like a non-mobile applicable like UI, etc. Right? That shit happens all the fucking time. Right? Designer, like dev designed applications where it's like completely like no CSS and it's just some bullshit on a page. V0 could help solve that problem. Absolutely. For sure. Right? Data scientist made applications. Boom, nailed it. Great use case. And if you're not aware, like data scientist made applications is a massive use case. So to solve that problem, yeah, do that. But for what I do day to day as a front-end dev who cares about user experience and design and all that shit, meh. Is it gonna take my job? No, not at all. Right? Like, so can I recognize the value it serves while recognizing that it's still not gonna solve any problem that business expects it to? In the same way that business used to think that SQL was going to make it to where we didn't need devs anymore. Yeah, that was one of the selling points of SQL back in the day. Yeah, now with SQL, your fucking business devs can just write their own queries. Do they? No. So anyone thinking SQL's going to take my job, they're the same people that thought SQL was going to take my job. And sorry, the people that think AI is going to take my job are the same people that thought 30, 40, 50 years ago that SQL was going to take my job too. The answer is just no. So anyway, we're at basically 7 p.m. I got some pork chow mein to make. It's gonna be delicious. Oh, this pork chow mein is gonna be amazing. Tonight, on gaming stream, I'm thinking some more Alan Wake, and then tomorrow we finish up the Quarry. But maybe tonight we need to, like, step into the Quarry again? Ooh, so Lady Blue Notes, no, I'm not gonna drop the recipe. You just have to lurk and hang out during cooking stream. I'll show you all the stuff I'll use on it, right? Yeah, totally. Yeah, you were gonna lurk anyway, duh. I'll show you all the thing I use to, like, mix it and cook it and all that shit. Like, easy, no problem. Yeah, so I'll cook it in front of your very fucking eyes. No big deal. That said, what stream are we gonna go raid right now? You gotta make dinner too, though. Well, how about this? Over on gaming stream, if you ask, I'll tell you, like, the way I make it. It's really simple. I was just trying to, like, keep you anticipating. But really, the pork is the same seasoning I did on the chicken yesterday. It's garlic powder. It's gonna be onion flakes because I'm not doing fresh onion. It's gonna be salt, pepper. Well, there you go too. That's fine. Right? Onion, cayenne powder, and paprika. Right? So, same old shit. It's the smells delicious mix. I'd be willing to bet money that Lowry's seasoning salt is actually a major, you know, like, that's most of the shit in Lowry's seasoning salt. So, whatever. Yeah. Let's go say hi to Midnight Simon. So yeah, we're gonna go say hi to Midnight Simon. He's doing some leak code practice on a whole bunch of leak code. Yeah, we haven't seen Midnight Simon streaming for a while, so kind of cool. We're gonna go see what he's up to. I'll be over on gaming stream. And yeah, I think tonight is probably gonna be some more Alan Wake 2? I think. Tomorrow, we're going to be finishing up The Quarry. It might actually make sense to do a bit of The Quarry tonight on gaming stream, so I'll let chat vote on it. We'll see. Yeah, we'll let gaming chat vote on it. Let's go say hi to Midnight Simon. I'm going to click that button. We're going to go right on in there. Please hang out over on my gaming stream here just later tonight. I'll be cooking over there in the meantime. And then we're going to go play some horror game. I fucking hate horror. But if we're together, it's better. So, see you guys soon. See you tomorrow.